Hey, Flo here. Back again for some more, well, I don't know if I should say more audio editing because I didn't really do any last time, but we'll try and see how it goes today. Let's see here. Yeah, so last stream I didn't do very well because I ended up having to do a ton of vibe coding to my dismay. I mean, I knew I was probably going to end up doing that, but I didn't think it would take the whole stream. I got pretty distracted with that. So I don't know if I'll be able to actually edit today, but that's kind of the goal. Let me try to fix something here real quick. Okay, let's see. So I actually worked on both apps this evening. I did a tiny bit after the stream ended, I think. I don't remember. It was kind of late. Maybe I just went to bed. I don't remember last night. But I remember like a couple hours ago or even a few minutes ago when I was working on it today, so I definitely did stuff today. Anyway, I did a little bit of vibe coding already. Hopefully, I was trying to get some of the major bugs worked out so that I could actually use it today. I can't remember the list of all the things that I fixed, but it's actually quite a few. Some of them may not be that visible or apparent from last stream, but they were bothering me. I didn't fix every bug that I'm aware of. There's always a ton of bugs in an app like this. It's pretty complicated. I just fixed some of the ones that I thought would keep me from actually using it, but there's still plenty of bugs to work on later, which I don't really care about making this a perfectly bug-free app. I just want to be able to use it. That was the whole reason I made it in the beginning, is to make it. To use it is not trying to like make something that everyone else is gonna migrate to or use or whatever. It's just a tool for my own purposes. One of the things I fixed is this closed caption thing. If I toggle it off and I start playing the audio, it won't turn itself back on. That was really annoying to me. I fixed, now this is kind of comical in a way. I don't know what the deal is. And this might, I don't know if this is actually fixed because I didn't really do anything, to be honest. I didn't do anything to fix it really. I tried fixing it and then I found out what seems to be the case is that this peaks.js and Canva or whatever it is, libraries that I'm using don't seem to work very well in Brave browsers. I think it was a browser issue, which explains a lot because I thought I remembered everything working, and I hadn't changed anything. And so when I started the live stream and I was using Brave on the stream or whatever, normally I use another browser, and so I switched to Brave for the stream purposes, and it just, nothing was working. Well, now, like in this other browser, I can actually move, I think, all of the boundaries of these things. I haven't like thoroughly tested it, but it seems to have kind of fixed that, and I didn't really do anything. I just used a different browser, so it seems to be possibly related to which browser you use, which is of course really annoying, but that's the way it goes sometimes. So that's, yeah, it sucks because if I were to try to make this a viable product, that other people use for whatever reasons, or even just an open source project that I release on GitHub, I would feel kind of dumb if I didn't at least make it work in all major browsers. But the problem is The part that doesn't work is not really my doing. It's just the libraries that I'm including don't seem to be stable in some other browsers. So it's one of those things that I'd have to reverse engineer someone else's library in order to fix it. And that's no way am I going to do that. What a waste of time. If later I get super annoyed with it, I may choose to attempt to migrate to like Wavesurfer or maybe even hand code the whole thing so that it's not relying on some buggy library. But I really don't want to have to do that. So I'm not really planning to release this necessarily in a massively public way unless there's, a bunch of people show interest or something, then be like, oh, well, maybe this would be worth trying to do, but not right now. So anyway, I fixed by not fixing or not doing anything these handles, which was huge. There was a lot of other bugs, like when I was clicking the auto color button down here, it was shrinking this section here. Oh wow, that's sick. Okay, apparently that got fixed. See how the waveform is stretching as that's amazing. I didn't even try to fix that bug, but I guess in all the other things I was working on, I somehow fixed that. I added these delete all markers and delete all regions buttons. That's actually via a plugin, so I just had Grok write me a plugin. Oh, and by the way, the vibe coding that I did was pretty much all in Grok. I tried using Gemini 3.0, and it was achieving absolutely nothing for me. So I switched to Grok, and it was solving most of my problems. It definitely took numerous prompts, and it failed as well. Like, Grok is not, amazing or anything, but it's just sometimes better than Gemini, even the latest version. So I think I might have done a couple things in Gemini, but the heavy lifting, the stuff that actually took a brain, I had to switch to Grok, and then I finally got it, which is usually the case for me. Even though both of them regularly make stupid mistakes, I just find myself able to communicate with Grok to get it to do what I want. Most of the time by just saying how dumb it is and stuff like that. But anyway, so that's all fixed. One other cool thing I found out in all of that experimentation is if I want to, I don't know if I'll demonstrate this on stream, but I can change the mode of these markers so that instead of being this color overlay that's translucent, it can actually change the color of the waveforms to be red and orange, yellow, green, whatever. Which looks kind of cool, but I think it's a little bit easier to see where the boundaries are if I leave it on this overlay mode, so I chose that. But both look pretty cool. The cool thing about the other mode, it's literally just a toggle in the JavaScript, and I might even make like a toggle button. Don't get me thinking about vibe coding, but I may add a toggle button in the interface if it's possible to switch between those two display modes, because both of them kind of look cool. But I think this way makes more sense for my use. So I'm going to leave it like this. So I think there's some other things I added here. I just don't remember right now. I don't feel like looking it up. And then on my other app, I made some style changes. Like these inputs were stacked vertically. I just made them into a flex row. Made sure these buttons weren't wrapping inside, and let me see, what else did I do? Oh, and another thing I did, which I didn't fully test this, so this may or may not work reliably. I tested it enough to work out the kinks, the major kinks. Basically, if I make a bunch of markers in here, I can export them, which I could already do that, but basically what I did is I had Grok enhance the import and enhance the import on both apps so that they're basically compatible. So I can export the markers from one and import them to the other without, well, hopefully without errors. I did some testing, but I have no idea how thorough I was. But that's pretty cool because there's some tasks that one app is better than the other still until I migrate all the features from the old to the new. So it's nice to be able to have a exchange of data between the two. So let's see what else. That's kind of the main things. I never got the... I didn't even try to fix this because it wasn't that important to me. I never got the quick navigation waveform to show up, so if I hold shift it shows this quick navigation, which is super cool, by the way. It's like probably the coolest thing I've made. But it's supposed to show a waveform like that's stretched across the screen representing the entire length of the audio, and for some reason it didn't work. I never got that fixed, but because I can still use it as a navigation tool to jump across, you know, the wave much faster than using like the scroll bar method, I'm just going to leave it for now, and I'll come back to that. I'll definitely fix that because that's something that it should have, is it should show the waveform for sure. This might be a complete nightmare. I just realized, I mean, I have no idea if any of these bug fixes that I did, or especially the CSS styling, fast tracker, impulse tracker style that I added, broke anything. I hope not, but it is possible. It's really cool how responsive it is. I don't have to scroll anymore. I used to have to constantly scroll up and down in the old style, and it was kind of slowing me down. Now everything should be in a stable position. And some of you might like, oh, it looks so old. Somebody might say, it looks so old. Like, what an old style. But the thing is, like, would you rather see Tailwind? Is that what you want? In my opinion, I wanted to break out of that predictable visual pattern. Everyone uses Tailwind or Bootstrap or something, just to save time and not have to like re-style everything yourself. Mostly for the grid, you know, 12 column grid, or you know, some of those other stylized buttons and controls. Anyway, I wanted to break out of that, so I had Gemini 3 style both of these apps using like a retro tracker vibe, and so I really like how it came out. So if you're wondering why it looks so old, that's actually intentional. I think it looks cool. It just reminds me of a better time of human existence back when things were simpler, and anything that like, that's why I like retro stuff. I like retro video games, retro lots of stuff, just because it reminds me of the good old days. And I'm sure you'll be the same. Like if you're a Zoomer or whatever right now, when you get old, you're also going to look back at the 2025 era, and there's going to be things that remind you of your childhood, and you'll wish you could go back, like the music, the styles, the whatever might remind you of good times. Or maybe the world will actually get better, and so you'll wish to forget your youth, and maybe for once in human history, like, things will actually get better instead of worse. And so you won't look back on your past as much as most people do. So anyway, hopefully we can hope that maybe it'll get better. Let's see. So yeah, I'm basically ready to edit though. I just wanted to showcase just the changes that I made since basically this afternoon. Fairly significant changes in that I hope that I can use it now, but I didn't really test it with actual data or anything. I mean, I didn't like start editing. The only way to really test these apps is to actually use it how I intend to use it and see what happens if certain bugs jump out at me. And we'll just have to see what happens. One thing I'd like to do is style this built-in Chromium audio player. It's just this stupid white looking thing. It'd be nice to have it look more like the fast tracker style, with kind of a square handle that you slide along here, and just dark theme, and more of this old LCD font kind of style. But I'm not going to worry about that right now because that doesn't change how it works. That's just more of an appearance thing. So everything, I think, is ready to go. And I also remembered or realized I wasn't even really going about this the right way because I kind of forgot what I was even working on. So what I actually need to do is this is one of my Bible reading WordHike videos, and unfortunately my this happens more often than I would like, and ever since I discovered this problem, I have a solution for it. But my wireless mic, which I'm wearing like right here on my neck, kind of on the lapel area, for no explainable, predictable reason, it breaks out. Like it just, the signal breaks, and you get these digital distortions and whole drop sentences that sound like I'm a robot or whatever. Stuff that's unacceptable. Sounds really bad. And so that happened on this hike for some reason, even though you can see, like, you can just see me in front of the camera. There's no obstructions. I'm probably like 20 feet away. And this microphone can broadcast over like 600, I think it's like almost a quarter mile or something. It's really a long way. It's like I could probably, if I was on top of a rock, I could probably, be standing out here in these trees, and it should still work. I mean, it's a really long range wireless mic, and so for it to break in this scenario, I don't know what was going on. There must have been some kind of magnetic interference or something. Anyway, that's happened quite a few times. Since then, I used the local recording feature of the mic. So I can record a local higher quality copy on the actual transmitter, which is pretty cool. And then hopefully, in theory, it won't ever get broken. And then I'm also, more recently, I've been using that larger mic just as a double backup. And that one's also higher quality audio, so I just usually use that one. But it's good to have two recordings just in case, because it's a nightmare to have to do these dubs. So basically what I have to do on this one is I re-record the audio, like I literally like speak out the chapters again, just at home. And then I dub over my original audio, because there's no way to repair the original audio once it's, like I don't have a backup or anything. So that's the only way to do it, unless there's, eventually there'll be some AI that's so good that it'll actually insert the missing words, because it can replicate your voice and repair unrecoverable audio. It can probably already do that, but I don't really like the idea of using AI to that extent. I want it to be, me, like, actually doing the readings. If it's not me, like, then what's the point of this? Like, why bother even going on these hikes? I could just grab a background and have a fake person synthesized into it with perfect voice, and sure, it might be better in some ways, but that's not the point of this project, and I refuse to do that kind of stuff. That's just super fake AI slop garbage, and even if it was really good and you couldn't even tell, I would refuse to do that. It just defeats the whole purpose of this project. So anyway, so what I'm going to do today is I need to basically I'm going to have to go through several runs until I get this process ironed out, but the first step I have to do, I think, is load this audio in and delete out all the mistakes and stuff. So it's going to be still kind of tedious. This is something that I would use AI for, and I was trying to write a script to do this. I got really close, and then I found there's some issues, and I've talked about this on stream before. I was trying to have it automatically detect where I'm talking and what I'm saying, with great accuracy so that I could have it automatically edit out the mistakes and do the editing for me. But there's really currently no way to do that, unfortunately. Got really close. I can do the auto transcription. I have a Python script that does that, but the alignment isn't good enough and it makes some mistakes. And then if I use that transcription to edit it, it just creates a mess. So anyway, maybe someday soon they'll get better AI transcription libraries that are perfect, and then maybe I can automatically edit these somewhat. But for now, it's going to be manual. So let's see. What do I need to do here? I think I want to reload. So we'll just go through this like my workflow. Like, takes forever, but this is what I'll do, I guess. So this first pass is just going to be editing out the mistakes, essentially. And I'll just turn my music on and... Well, I don't know. I might just leave the music a little bit low, so if anyone's listening, they might hear the Bible stuff. Just, yeah, we'll see. Numbers chapter 3. Numbers chapter 3. Oh, one thing I wish I would have done, I'm not going to vibe code it now because I don't really want to get stuck in a vibe coding scenario tonight, but one thing that would be nice to have is a ruler system, or a ruler of some sort, because unfortunately this peaks.js only allows you to put ruler ticks every second. Like, you can't have them like sub-seconds without like reverse engineering the whole thing, and it's a nightmare. I'm really surprised they didn't build in rulers with higher resolution. It seems really dumb, but because of that, I can't really tell how wide this gap is. Like, I can estimate. It looks like it's a little over a second based on where those lines are. But anyway, I was thinking of adding a ruler feature. Maybe I'll try one time really quick. And if it adds it successfully, then I'll be like, sweet. If not, or should I just put my foot in the sand, or make a line in the sand and not cross it where no vibe coding tonight? I know it's going to distract me and it might keep me from editing at all, but it is a feature I want. I'm gonna try to one-shot it. If it doesn't work, then I'll skip it. Yeah, I know I'm breaking my trying not to vibe code goal tonight, but I forgot about the ruler feature. Let's just see what it can do, if anything. Let's see here. Okay, let's see. let's see, what else do we want? Okay, let's see. What else do I need to tell it? I'd like to one shot this so I'm gonna get all the details that I can think of. I'm not sure what container to put it in actually. Let's see. Yeah, that should do it. Okay. Oh yeah, add a ruler checkbox to the UI. Let's see, where do I want to add that? Probably inside the view bay. All right. I think that's everything. Let's save this prompt just to... in case something goes weird. I hate when I like do something. Usually it's something I do, but sometimes Grok actually like errors out and your prompt just goes away and you spend all that time typing this huge thing and you're like, I don't remember all the stuff I said. So hold loosely to the that was just to get you started. The king is the decision of logical ticks based on the zoom level and frequency of labels. Use all similar styling to the fast tracker to retro vibe. Maybe slight different hues of, different values of green for the ruler and more labels. All should be slightly translucent so you can still see the waveform and other stuff beneath. All right, let's just see how this goes. Okay, I'm going to actually copy this response because I'm not going to remember those CSS variables. Okay, well, is that it? Let me see, what else did it say? Oh, like where is that document? There it is. Okay, let's see if it can one-shot that. I feel like that's something that it should be able to do, but the thing that could make it complicated is the zoom level. If it can tap into that, then it should be fine. That will be the main challenge that it will have to achieve, overcome, whatever. I don't really see any visual indication that there's a checkbox, but it might have decided it makes the most sense to only load it once the audio is loaded in. We'll see. Okay, I added a button. Let's see what it does. Nothing. I think it might be like killing the browser, or it made an overlay that's over everything so I can't click on it. Not really sure what it did, but I can't click anywhere anymore. I'm not gonna like go on this, do this forever. Thousands of elements? Why would there be thousands? Doesn't make any sense. This is weird. All AIs, including Gemini 3 and Grok 4.1, can't understand this. I'll try it. It kind of got rid of some of the style. Customization. That's why I didn't want it to do a canvas, because then I can't really customize it as easily with CSS, but we'll just try it, see what happens. It really, it's a lot less lines. I don't know if that's good or bad. Forgot to do a hard refresh, so I gotta start over. I hate this. It always says this, like, wasn't the last one the final bulletproof version? It's so stupid. Yeah, if it doesn't do it this time, I'll give Gemini 3 one chance, and then I'll stop, because I don't really... I thought this would be easy. I think I could even code this, but I don't want to spend time on it, and I'd rather vibe code everything, because I don't like coding, so... But it doesn't seem like it's that complicated of a problem, to be honest. The most difficult aspect is tying into the peaks.js framework to see what the zoom level is, so that you know how many ticks to make. I don't think it's not easy by any means. Like I would really struggle with this, to be honest, trying to write this code. I don't know if I could even do it, but I think it's the type of thing, it's the type of problem that should be easy for AI, in my opinion, because it's all just math and stuff that it's good at. So I'll just give it one more chance. If it fails, then I'll skip this. It's amazing how time flies when you're vibe coding too, because you do a bunch of different things or steps, you know, back and forth prompts, whatever, in it. You think you're not really spending that much time on it, but yeah, fail. Okay. Let's go to... This is another good reason to save your prompts, so that if you have to switch or do something like this, then you'll have a way to do it more easily. Okay, anything else I need to tell it? If it doesn't one-shot this, I'll probably give up because I don't really feel like wrestling with AI today. That's something that all the AI seems to do too. It's like, they assume you're using an ancient version. It's like, why? Okay, let's see what this does. Kind of guessing this is probably more difficult than I think it is, and they're all gonna fail, and I'll have to like do like several hours of back and forth troubleshooting to get it to work, in which case I don't feel like doing that today. It would be super useful to have the ruler though, because it's really hard to tell how much time is in between the gaps, especially when it's a big gap. Really any size gap, because of the peaks.js stupid library doesn't have, it only has ruler ticks for singular seconds, which is really dumb. One of the AI answers said, do you want me to enhance this with charts.js to give you more ticks? Because I was asking about that earlier, and so I could go that route, but I feel like that's a whole nother nightmare. Integrating, you know, some other stupid JavaScript library that might not work well with these, so I don't want to do that right now. Someday later I may choose to go that route, but not now. After all the nightmares I've had with integrating basically any, if you're using AI and you're trying to integrate some library in any form, doesn't matter what it is, it's going to be crap. It's going to suck because it has no idea. I mean, it should know, but it just doesn't. Basically, it's kind of reflecting the human brain. It's kind of difficult to do that anyway if you're a developer. If you want to customize, heavily customize a library that you're using and it doesn't offer any customization, then you have to hack the DOM to pieces. It's a total nightmare. So I'm not actually that surprised that it's difficult for AI to do. It would be very difficult for a human to do. So it's kind of expected. Wow, it's really going for a long time. I don't know if that's good or bad. Need to go get a drink, so I'm waiting for this to finish, then I'll test it out real quick. If it doesn't work, I'll give up on it, and then I'll go back to just trying to do some editing today. I should have like been more disciplined to say no vibe coding. No vibe coding, because this is what happens when you try to try to solve what you think are simple problems. Wow, this is huge. Wait a minute. Why is it? Actually, the JavaScript is not very big. Okay, I don't know what all it gave me, but we'll just go through it step by step here. Considering that how badly Grok failed, I don't have high hopes for this. Because I usually get better results with Grok than Gemini, but I haven't used Gemini 3 a lot. I've used it enough to know that it's not this amazing. I think all the content creators are paid off or something. I don't know, but they all say it is like basically AGI or something. It's not. It's not that good. It's obviously better than the previous one, but it's not that amazing. Okay. Okay, I thought it was telling me to do this. I'm like, no, you were supposed to do that, but it says I have updated the file to do this. Oh, it was giving me the entire index.php. What in the world? It might actually need something in the init thing like it's saying, but it shouldn't give me the entire index.php. Oh, I'm actually surprised it succeeded in giving me the whole script because it's quite a few lines, and there's no telling if it actually removed stuff or not. But no. I guess I need to wait. It's a lot more lines than it was. Okay, this, at a first glance, you might think, oh, nice. And it is nice, but it's not actually lined up. You can see that 2 here, 3 here, 0 in the middle. Those -1, +1 seconds should be lining up, and they're not, so it's basically not accurate. But it's a good start. It definitely did a billion times better than Grok, that's for sure. Let's see. Okay, so it didn't get the very farthest zoom in, whatever my measurement is for that. Let me check. Oops. There's probably even some basic math that I could do. Just take some screenshots, figure out what percentage it's off, and adjust some kind of math that I see in there. But I'd rather just have it do it. I could probably give it a screenshot, and that would help it know how much it's off. If this doesn't work, then if it doesn't get it this time, I'll give it a screenshot, see if that helps. Did a really good job though, like almost one-shotted it. Except that I had to tell it not to give me the whole entire index.php thing again. It's hallucinating again. I think it reversed everything again. Like I told it not to. It's like, you think that 248, 32, 64 are zoomed out. It's the opposite. And I think it's hallucinating, even though I already gave it that information. Yeah, it's completely garbage. Let's give it a couple of screenshots to show it how worthless it is. Hey Andrax, how you doing? Overall, though, like, it did a really good job. Like, it just needs to figure out the math on the scaling. What you doing? I am trying to add a ruler feature to my audio editor, which at first glance it looks really cool, but the scaling on the line ruler ticks are completely off, so I'm seeing if I can get Gemini to fix its error. If I can't get it to work, I'm just going to be doing some audio editing tonight, because I didn't really want to vibe code tonight, but I decided I would try to add this ruler feature real quick, but it's proving to be a little bit more complicated than I thought. It's really cool though. I wish it one-shotted it, because I don't know, it's really close. I'll definitely save this code and then try to get it fixed later. Editing audio using code. Well, technically, anytime you edit audio, you're always using code. But in this case, I'm making a web app that edits audio. So instead of using something like AuJSity or any desktop app, I'm making a similar app in a web browser, but kind of bare bones, not with all the advanced features, just some basic stuff. Let's see, what? However, I am adding features that I don't think any app has. So there's going to be some sophistication. Oops. Background music, is this yours? No, it's actually just retro video game music. So it's like from Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis games. It should be showing the name of the songs. Yeah, down on the bottom left. It's which console it's from and which game and song title it is. Okay, hopefully this will work. Yeah, I made this app using both Grok and Gemini. I used to be a web developer, but I hate writing code anymore, so I don't really do projects that much, but if I do vibe coding because I pretty much despise writing code. My brain kind of checked out of that department about 10 years ago. I quit my job and got burnt out, never really wanted to do it again, but once I discovered vibe coding, I've been dabbling a little bit again, and it's been kind of fun, but it's frustrating also. I don't really love doing it, mainly because I have these I have some needs, some software needs that I can't find in existing software, so I'm just trying to fill in the gap with an app that does exactly what I need and nothing else. But yeah, 100% vibe coded. Probably about, I don't remember when I started, maybe about not quite a week or about a week. Yeah, 5 or 6 days I've been working on it. It's not one of those one-shot, one prompt I get the app. I have to like really work on it over time. Web development like WordPress or HTML? Both. Like I did all of it. I did a lot of hand coding stuff with HTML and JavaScript and CSS and MySQL and PHP and ASP and all that kind of stuff. And then I also use WordPress and other CMSs and stuff, but I did it for a long time, so yeah, but I got pretty burnt out with it. I don't enjoy it anymore. I just do occasional side projects for my own tools that I need, and I don't write code anymore. I just don't enjoy it. Okay, I think I loaded that in. So after all this, you prefer Grok or Gemini? Oh man, that's a tough question, to be honest. I actually consistently flip between them because sometimes one is like being a complete idiot, and so I just switch to the other. And both of them are capable of amazing things and amazingly stupid things, and so I just go back and forth all the time. I never use ChatGPT though, because ChatGPT has an extremely small context window, so I can't load my code and write huge prompts and expect a response. It'll cut off in the middle. So I literally never use ChatGPT, even though it could probably do pretty good too. It's just both Gemini and Grok, you can paste in gigantic amounts of code and it will read the whole thing. That's why I choose those. It's not because they're the best. I don't pay for anything. I have 0 paid accounts or subscriptions, so I just do all the free. Each day you have a limited number of prompts you can do, and I just vibe off of that pretty much. I don't really have a preference. Okay, so prior to Gemini 3.0 coming out a couple days ago, Grok was definitely better than Gemini 2.5, no question about it. Even Gemini 2.5 Pro, it was way better. But now that Gemini 3 is out, it's kind of a... I don't know which one is better. I don't know. What do you think? WordPress is safe or a self-developed site? Both are safe and risky at the same time. WordPress can be a nightmare if you have a ton of outdated plugins installed that you don't update on a regular basis. Then it has massive attack vectors. Hand-coded can be equally garbage if you're not very good at coding. You know, so if you're a really good coder, probably the hand-coded is the safer. But WordPress, you know, is community maintained and updated constantly. So as long as you're not using really obscure plugins and themes, you're probably going to be fine as long as you just keep it updated. But I've had some pretty nightmarish situations with WordPress where it gets hacked because you don't update it like often enough. So, you know, if you're... I don't really highly recommend WordPress, but I do use it for, you know, convenience. It's just easier to not have to do it all yourself. But then there's other things like Wix and Squarespace and, you know, 100 other easy build frameworks that the only reason I don't ever use those is because you have to pay for them. And I don't want to be like paying every month for the rest of my life. So generally I kind of go with... I've done some WordPress stuff, but most of my projects have been hand-coded, and now it's all vibe-coded, but... I also made sites on WordPress, but have zero knowledge of coding. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. No shame there. WordPress is a good way to go. And of course, these days, you can just pick up a new skill pretty easily if you have the desire to learn. You can do it. You might think, no, I can't. Yes, you can. You can do it if you want to. If you have like a passion for it, then you could do it. But it's just up to, you know, it's up to, not everybody's made for coding, you know, not everybody wants to do that. And the more the AI gets good at it, I don't even necessarily know if it's a good idea to pursue that career, because who knows what's going to happen in a few years. Maybe it'll be really hard to get a job in coding if, you know, most of the lower level coders are not as good as AI, kind of a thing. I don't know. Don't take my advice though. Just, you know, if you have your heart set on something, you want to do it, you know, go for it. But I just know I don't want to do it anymore. That's all I know. Okay, I don't think this is gonna improve on its past mistakes here. No. Nope, it's no better than last time. It's probably identical to last time, to be honest. It's completely wrong in every way possible. Not even close. Oh, you gotta slap their wrist every once in a while, otherwise they don't learn. I don't think it's gonna get it. It did a pretty good job on the visuals of the overlay, but its ability to do the math is 100% trash. It's failing so bad. It's not worth my time. I'm gonna give up on this if it doesn't get it this time, because I want to do other stuff. It's not going to get it. If it's that far off, I don't think it'll pivot and figure it out. It's this is the kind of stuff that should be on YouTube. Like, if you watch a bunch of YouTube content on the release of Gemini 3, everyone's praising it and saying, wow, it one-shotted my code. Look at this amazing app and all this stuff. If you actually sit down and use it on a project, nope. It will fail a huge percentage of the time. Well over 50% failure rate on actual projects, as you can see. Total garbage code. But it seems that Gemini is really good at the layout and visual stuff. Like, they really focused on that in this latest release, but the actual code and logic part is not very good. It's this is the last chance it gets, because I don't have time for this nonsense. But all right, let's see how it did. It's kind of fun though. Like, if you don't like coding, you can still vibe code, and you'll get zero shame from me. Like, I actually get annoyed when people try to put down other people for vibe coding. I think that's very immature. You know, obviously it's not as refined as a professional developer would do, but you can make some pretty cool stuff, and it's fun. You know, it's just like a hobby, something to play around with, and while you're doing it, you can learn all sorts of things if you choose to look at the code and try to figure it out yourself. I don't do that because I already went through that career path and decided that's not for me anymore. But if you're trying to get into it, it's a good way to try to learn stuff. Yeah, making it to edit audio, and the main purpose, well, there's kind of two purposes. It's mainly just to cut pieces out of audio. It's quite simple. I don't have any audio filters or anything. It's just to like chop out chunks of audio, like trimming and cutting basically. And the other app that I actually have two apps, so I made this one also. This one is for editing subtitles. It's actually pretty good for that. Like, I did a web search for subtitle editors, and mine is better than probably like 80% of them. It's really good. I'm sure there's better ones, but mine it's pretty good. So yeah, it's for like editing subtitles for videos, audio, etc. Is it free? Well, I'm not really releasing it publicly yet because it's, you know, just kind of sloppy vibe code. I may put it on GitHub at some point, but yes, it will be free. I have no intention of like making a paywall or subscription to it or something like that. But I don't know if I'm going to put it on GitHub because it's kind of, like I said, it's kind of sloppy. And the problem when you put code on GitHub, you get a bunch of people critiquing your code and saying, here, can you improve this, or can you add this feature? And then you're kind of stuck with maintaining it forever, and I don't really want to do that. So we'll see. I haven't decided yet, though. Let's see, what was I doing? But yeah, it's so basic too that unless you're doing kind of similar stuff to what I'm doing, most people probably won't be impressed by it because it doesn't have a ton of audio filters. Like it doesn't have any audio filters actually. You can't actually alter the audio at all. Like you can't change the volume, you can't normalize it, you can't you know all that stuff that something that AuJSity can do. You can't do any of that currently, so it's pretty basic. So most people would find it probably not very interesting or useful. Oh man. Not doing too well, Gemini. Striking out. Yeah, now it doesn't even show the ruler at all. It's like massive regression. So I'm gonna give up on this vibe code session because it's just a total dead end. I'm from the US. How about you? USA for me. Alright, I'm going to cut this off as far as the vibe code goes. I'm done with this for now. So let's see. Just comment this out for now. Actually going to delete that last JavaScript file that it created because it was a 100% trash and didn't work at all. Let's see. I'm not from the US, but looking for US. I'm looking for US somehow. Gotcha. Okay, so let's do this. Let's make sure I get rid of this terrible code on the very end of this ruler experiment because that was trash. Okay, we're done with vibe coding for today. I'm going to just work on some audio editing, if I can, if this thing will work. All right. No, actually, no, I wanted to use this one. Might not have uploaded that latest file. Okay, now we're back to normal, I think. No, it doesn't have any audio filters at all. It's just a do cuts and trims. I'm going to take a quick break and get a drink. I'll be right back. Okay, let me change. Okay, so I'm just going to do some editing here. Basically, and I might find some huge bugs that disallow me from working today, and it'll be quite annoying, but try to be optimistic and hope that doesn't happen. It's kind of what happened last time. So I'm just marking that, and then go up 3 seconds to give it a little bit of extra, and then I split, delete. So it's, yeah. I'm basically just going to listen to my own audio and decide when to make cuts and stuff like that. Pretty basic. Numbers chapter 3. This is the account of Aaron and Moses at the time the Lord spoke with Moses on Mount Sinai. These are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab the firstborn, then Abihu, I forgot. It'll be nice when I get these apps like merged together in a sense, because then I could possibly do the subtitle editing and the cutting at the same time, but it's a little bit complicated. But I think I'm going to... How do I do this? Let's see, this is numbers 3, right? I think. I need the Bible text up on the screen so I can make sure I'm actually saying it properly. Eleazar and Ithamar. These were Aaron's sons, the anointed priests, who were ordained to serve as priests. See, like, this is why I was wanted the ruler, because I have these giant gaps in between verses, and I'd like to cut them down to about a second wide in between sentences and stuff. I can't really tell by looking at this ruler how wide that is. I can just make an arbitrary cut, like make it shorter by deleting this center part, but I don't have an easy way to tell how long that is other than just saying 1001, 1002. The ticks aren't very useful because there's only one per second and they're like super far apart, so I can't really tell, but that's why I was hoping to get the ruler fixed. At least this is fixed though. I can actually drag these now so I can like manually decide where to place them. That's good. I guess what I could estimate is 1 second on this zoom level is almost as wide as the screen, so this is yeah, it's definitely more than a second. I've cut out maybe about that much. Anyway, the ruler would have saved me a lot of time. That would make it a lot easier. Nadab and Abihu, however, died in the presence of the Lord when they offered... Okay, see, like that. When they... This shouldn't really have any pause because there's no comma or anything. Let's see. Yeah, so I'm just going to cut this out entirely. When they offered unauthorized fire before the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. That looks about like a second. That's probably okay. And since they had no sons, only Eleazar and Ithamar. Oh. There's a random pause. Ithamar. And since... Okay. Only... And since... So get rid of all this. And since they had no sons, only Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests during the lifetime of their father Aaron. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Bring the tribe of Levi and present them to Aaron the priest to assist him." Zoom out, couple layers be better. They are to perform duties for him and for the whole congregation before the tent of meeting, attending to the service of the tabernacle. They shall take care of all the furnishings of the tent of meeting and fulfill obligations for the Israelites by attending to the service of the tabernacle. Assign the Assign the Levites to Aaron and his sons. They have been given exclusively to him from among the Israelites. So you shall appoint Aaron and his sons to carry out the duties of the priesthood, but any outsider who approaches the tabernacle must be But any outsider who approaches the tabernacle must be put to death. Again the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Behold, I have taken the Levites from among the children of Israel, in place of every firstborn Israelite from the womb. The Levites belong to me. For all the firstborn are mine. On the day I struck down every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated to myself all the firstborn in Israel, both man and beast. They are mine. I am the Lord. Then the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, Number the Levites by their families and clans. So far this is working really well. It's not buggy or anything, so I should be able to keep editing today. The Levites by their families and clans. You are to count every male a month old or more. So Moses numbered them according to the word of the Lord, as he had been commanded. Live and learn. If I zoom out a little bit more, I can see each of these ticks is a second on the top, so I can estimate approximately how big gaps are. When I was zoomed in, since there was no ticks, I couldn't really see. As he had been commanded. These were the sons of Levi by name, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. These were the names of the sons of Gershon by their clans, Libni and Shimei. The sons of Kohath by their clans were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. The sons of Merari by their clans were Malai and Mushai. These were the clans of the Levites according to their families. From Gershon came the Libnite clan and the Shibmeite clan. The Shibmeite clan. From Gershon came the Libnite. From Gershon came the Libnite clan and the Shibmeite clan. From Gershon came the Libnite clan and the Shimmeite clan. These were the Gershonite clans. The number of all the males a month old. The number of The number of all the males a month old or more was 7,500. The Gershonite clans were to camp on the west, behind the tabernacle, And the leader of the families of the Gershonites was Eliasaph, son of Lael. And the leader of the families of the Gershonites was Eliasaph, son of Lael. And the leader of the families of the Gershonites was Eliasaph, son of Lael. The duties of the Gershonites at the tent of meeting were the tabernacle and tent, its covering, the curtain for the entrance to the tent of meeting, the curtains of the courtyard, the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard that surrounds the the curtains of the courtyard, the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard that surrounds the tabernacle and altar, and the cords, all the service for these items. From Kohath came the clans of the Amramites, the Izharites, the Hebronites, and the Hebronites and the Uzzielites. These were the clans. These were the clans of the Kohathite. These were the clans of the Kohathites. The number of all the males a month old or more was 8,600. They were responsible for the duties of the sanctuary. The clans of the Kohathites were to camp on the south side of the tabernacle, and the leader of the families of the Kohathites was And the leader of the family And the leader of the families of the Kohathites was Elizaphan, son of Uzziel. Their duties were the ark, the table, the lampstand, the altars, the articles of the sanctuary used with them, and the curtain, all the service for these items. The chief of the leaders of the Levites was Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest. He oversaw those responsible for the duties of the sanctuary. From Merari came the clans of the Mahlites and the Mushites. These were the Merarite clans. The number of all the males a month old or more was 6,200. The leader of the families of the Merarites was Zuriel, son of Abihail. The leader of the families of the Merarites was Zuriel, son of Abihail. The leader of the families of... I was having a really hard time with this name. I think I'm just going to go with what I did at the first. The leader America or Britain. Hail or Abi hail. The leader. They were to camp. Let's see. Hopefully this doesn't crash or something. Let's save these. They were to camp on the north side of the tabernacle. The duties assigned to the sons of Merari north. They were to camp on the north side of the tabernacle. The duties assigned to the sons of Merari were the tabernacle's frames, crossbars, posts, bases, and all its equipment. All the service for these items. As well as the posts of the surrounding courtyard, as well as the posts of the surrounding courtyard with their bases, tent pegs, and ropes. Moses, Aaron, and Aaron's sons were to camp to the east of the tabernacle toward the sunrise, before the tent of meeting. They were to perform the duties of the sanctuary as a service on behalf of the Israelites, but any outsider who approached the sanctuary was to be put to death. The total number of Levites that Moses and Aaron counted by their clans at the Lord's command, including all the males a month old or more, was 22,000. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Number every firstborn male of the Israelites a month old or more, and list their names. You are to take the Levites for me, I am the Lord, in place of all the firstborn of Israel, and the livestock of the Levites in place of all the firstborn of the livestock of the Israelites." So Moses numbered all the firstborn of the Israelites as the Lord had commanded him. The total number of the firstborn males a month old or more, listed by name, was 22,273. Again the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Take the Levites in place of all the firstborn of Israel, and the livestock of the Levites in place of their livestock. The Levites belong to me. I am the Lord." To redeem the 273 firstborn Israelites who outnumber the Levites, you are to collect 5 shekels for each one, according to the sanctuary shekel of 20 gerahs. Give the money to Aaron and his sons as the redemption price for the excess among the Israelites. So Moses collected the redemption money from those in excess of the number redeemed by the Levites. He collected the money from the firstborn of the Israelites, 1,365 shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. According to the sanctuary shekel. And Moses gave the redemption money to Aaron and his sons in obedience to the word of the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded him. Okay, let's see. So that's it. How I would edit a single chapter. Even though this might look tedious, or like, if you've ever done audio editing, you might appreciate like how quick this tool can cut and edit, just for trimming and cutting purposes. That's all it's for. I don't think I'm going to add a bunch more features, but it's extremely efficient at that. And so now, in theory, let me save these markers. I could go about this numerous ways. I actually have a script already, a Python script that runs ffmpeg commands and it's compatible with this JSON format that I created, so I could just feed the JSON into it, or JSON, and it will automatically cut out the parts in between the phrases. But I can also do it straight in here, which is probably what I'll try, but I want to make sure I back up these markers in case something goes wrong. It should just work. But I could have also broken something. Sometimes things break when I don't even change stuff. Like it seems like that is taking longer than it should. Yep, something's wrong. Let's see if I can fix that. Otherwise, I can use my Python script to do the same thing, I believe. I haven't actually tested that Python script yet. I wrote that earlier today. I don't really know if it will work. Might be kind of fun to try it, actually. Let's see. Oh, actually, no. I forgot. I didn't write the Python script for audio. I wrote it for video because I was sort of mistaken on what I was trying to accomplish. And I need it for video also, but I need to write the iteration or, stripped down version for audio. So I could either write that real quick with vibe code, or I could try to get this feature fixed. I kind of like to get this feature fixed. It used to be working. I don't know why it's changed. It says something about the boundary, which I don't know exactly what that means. Maybe it's a really easy fix. There's nothing like apparently out of bounds. Like there's no markers like outside of the duration of the audio, so that shouldn't be it. I don't really know what the actual issue is. Let's see if we can fix that. That'll be one more little vibe code thing, I guess. Be nice to have an index count on here. The other app I think has that where it's just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I could tell how many there are. I don't know how many there are. Okay. We'll test the app's ability to restore stuff in local storage. I haven't really tested that extremely thoroughly, so it might not work. But we'll see. It worked. So it added the index on the table. That's good. Success. Let's see if it can export the WAV file now. All my markers are restored from IndexedDB local storage. So even if you like close the browser, come back, it'll still be there. Generally, I can't guarantee that because I didn't fully test that feature, but it should work most of the time, unless it gets corrupted or something. Alright. That's a good sign. Didn't have an error this time. So here's the export. Let's see what it's like. Probably the easiest way to do that would be to load it into here. Because I don't have like my system audio file routed through OBS. Oh, it just took a while. It's like, that's not right. It took a while to load it. Numbers chapter 3. This is the account of Aaron and Moses at the time the Lord spoke with Moses on Mount Sinai. These are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab the firstborn, then Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These were Aaron's sons, the anointed priests, who were ordained to serve as priests. Nadab and Abihu, however, died in the presence of the Lord. Apparently I forgot to delete the last marker, so let me do that. Let's do that all over again. Libni and Shimei. The sons of Kohath by their clans were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. The sons of Merari by... Okay, so it didn't restore the entire set of edits that I did. That's why that's why I exported it as a safeguard. Hopefully the export can be imported again. Let's see, let's just get rid of all these. Guess that's not working for some reason. Need to fix that bug now. So there's always a million bugs in this thing. It's weird, it doesn't actually have a error. So I just have to do it manually. Just delete the local storage. I don't know, some kind of weird issue there. I'll fix all that later. Hopefully. start over. That looks better. Okay. Yeah, for some reason, I don't know why. It seems like it didn't cut out the last part of the file, even though I didn't forget to delete the last marker, so it shouldn't include the rest of this. Maybe when I exported it, I loaded in a previous version of the file, and it was before I finished or something. Use of the Merarites was Zuriel, son of Abihail. They were to camp on the north. Okay, well, let's just try it again, see what happens. Might have another bug that I have to get figured out. Alright, that looks better. Yeah, for some reason the clear markers buttons are broken now. I had that working at one point, but I can manually delete that. So theoretically this should be just number 3 now. So Moses collected the redemption money from those in excess of the number redeemed by the Levites. He collected the money from the firstborn of the Israelites, 1,365 shekels, according to the sanctuary shekel. And Moses gave the redemption money to Aaron and his sons in obedience to the word of the Lord, just as the Lord had commanded him. Yep, perfect. So we got a pretty much fully working trimming app, and you can kind of tell just by glancing at it that all the spacing between sentences are pretty similar. I don't like measure them exactly, but I just try to cut them so that they're about a second or so, and in between mid-sentence phrases I try to make it less than a second, like a quarter of a second or something. I don't know why it's all choppy right now. That's weird. Oh, I bet it's because it's a WAV file. Maybe it's like more demanding on the browser, because my original file was a FLAC file, which shouldn't be all that different. They're both uncompressed, but maybe it's not as efficient as working with WAV files. That's my guess. Interesting. Let's see. Just throw these in there. Unless there's something else kind of slowing down my system, which is always possible. Just as an experiment though, let's load that FLAC file again and see if that speeds it up at all. Seems to be kind of hanging on this browser tab. Yeah, that's weird. That was very strange. Okay, well, I guess I'll start all over. It's like really lagging. I don't actually know what was going on there, but my best guess is that it had to do with the fact that I was loading a WAV file. I don't know what else it could be. Yeah, now it's all back to being smooth. I could try to load that WAV file again just to verify that's what the issue was, but I kind of don't want to. Let's see. Gave the redemption money to Aaron and his son. Numbers. Numbers chapter 4. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, take a census of the Kohathites among the Levites by their clans and families, men from 30. Men from 30 to 50 years old, everyone who is qualified to serve in the work at the tent of meeting. This service of the Kohathites at the tent of meeting regards the most holy things. Whenever the camp sets out, Aaron and his sons are to go in, take down the veil of the curtain, and cover the ark of the testimony with it. They are to place over this a covering of fine leather, spread a solid blue cover over it and insert its poles. Over Over the tabernacle of the presence, they are to spread a blue cloth. Usually I notice when I say the wrong word, but I actually said over the tabernacle of the presence. It's actually the table of the presence. Looks like I may not have noticed and I just kept on going. Usually I correct myself, but I must have just not even noticed. So this kind of stuff is, I don't do it that often actually, but for this kind of edits, I'm going to have to actually do some extra work. Let's see. I can't really do that within this app. It'd be really cool if I could figure out a way to do that. But it's annoying. I'm actually getting kind of tired. It's not that late, but it's a little bit late. And I have stuff I need to do tomorrow, so I probably won't finish this edit today. I was just going to keep going until I encountered that, and then I'm just like, I have to do something special for that. Over the tabernacle of the presence, they are to spread a blue cloth and place the plates and cups on it, along with the bowls and pitchers for the drink offering. I'll just put a note there, and I probably won't really think to look for that, but at least it'll remind me right now, and I'll keep going, I guess. Of the presence, they are to spread a blue cloth and place the plates and cups on it, along with the bowls and pitchers for the drink offering. The regular bread offering is to remain on it. And they shall spread a scarlet cloth over them, cover them with fine leather, and insert the poles. They are to take a blue cloth and cover the lampstand used for light, together with its lamps, wick trimmers, and trays, as well as the jars of oil with which to supply it, as well as the jars of oil with which to supply it. Then they shall wrap it and all its utensils inside a covering of fine leather. And technically, I could actually do this. It would be so complicated, but the web, I don't know, audio API, whatever, can read from your microphone, so I could technically just say, like, reread the part that I want to replace and then just have, like, a routine that inserts that somehow. I think it would be extremely complicated, though. And I probably won't try to do that, because that, I don't know, that'd be really complicated. So I'll probably just reread that part later and patch it in. But yeah, it's kind of annoying. If only I could read it the first time without ever making any mistakes, that would be great. Then they shall wrap it and all its utensils inside a covering of fine leather and put it on the carrying frame. Over the gold altar they are to spread a blue cloth, cover it with fine leather, and insert the poles. They are to take all the utensils for serving in the sanctuary, place them in a blue cloth, cover them with fine leather, and put them on the carrying frame. Then they shall remove the ashes from the bronze altar, spread a purple cloth over it, and place on it all the vessels used to serve there, the fire pans, meat forks, shovels, and sprinkling bowls. All the equipment of the altar. They are to spread over it a covering of fine leather and insert the poles. Fine leather and insert the poles. When Aaron and his sons have finished covering the holy objects and all their equipment, as soon as camp is ready to move, the Kohathites shall come and do the carrying. But they must not touch the holy objects or they will die. These are the transportation duties of the Kohathites regarding the tent of meeting. Eleazar, son of Aaron the priest, shall oversee the oil for the light, the fragrant incense, the daily grain offering, and the anointing oil. He has oversight of the entire tabernacle. He has oversight of the entire tabernacle and everything in it, including the holy objects and their utensils. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, Do not allow the Kohathite tribal clans to be cut off from among the Levites, in order that they may live and not die when they come near the most holy things. Do this for them. Aaron and his sons are to go in and assign each man his task and what he is to carry. But the Kohathites are not to go in and look at the holy objects, even for a moment, or they will die. And the Lord said to Moses, Take a census of the Gershonites as well, by their families and clans. From 30 to 50 years old, counting everyone who comes to serve in the work at the tent of meeting. This is the service of the Gershonite clans regarding work and transport. They are to carry the curtains of the tabernacle, the tent of meeting with the covering of fine leather over it, the curtains for the entrance to the tent of meeting, the curtains of the courtyard, and the curtains for the entrance at the gate of the courtyard, that surround that surrounds the tabernacle and altar, along with their ropes and all the equipment for their service. The Gershonites will do all that needs to be done with these items. All the service of the Gershonites, all their transport duties and other work, is to be done at the direction of Aaron and his sons. You are you are to assign to them all that they are responsible to carry. This is the service of the Gershonite clans at the tent of meeting, and their duties shall be under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron the priest. As for the sons of Merari, you are to number them by their clans and families, from 30 to 50 years old, counting everyone who comes to serve in the work of the tent of meeting. This is the duty for all their service at the tent of meeting. To carry the frames of the tabernacle with its crossbars, posts, and bases, and the posts of the surrounding courtyard, with their bases, tent pegs, and ropes, including all their equipment and everything related to their use. You shall assign by name the items that they are to You shall assign by name the items that they are responsible to carry. This is the service of the Merarite clans according to all their work at the tent of meeting, under the direction of Ithamar, son of under the direction of Ithamar, son of Aaron the priest. So Moses, Aaron, and the leaders of the congregation numbered the Kohathites by their clans and families, everyone from 30 to 50 years old who came to serve in the work at the tent of meeting, and those numbered by their clans totaled 2,750. These were counted from the Kohathite clans, everyone who could serve at the tent of meeting. Moses and Aaron numbered them according to the command of the Lord through Moses. Then the Gershonites were numbered by their clans and families, everyone from 30 to 50 years old, who came to serve in the work at the tent of meeting. And those numbered by their clans and families totaled 2,630. These were counted from the Gershonite clans who served at the tent of meeting, whom Moses and Aaron counted at the Lord's command. And the Merarites were numbered by their clans and families, everyone from 30 to 50 years old who came to serve in the work at the tent of meeting. The men The men registered by their clans numbered 3,200. These were counted from the Merarite clans, whom Moses and Aaron numbered at the Lord's command through Moses. So Moses, Aaron, and the leaders of Israel numbered by their clans and families all the Levites from 30 to 50 years old who came to do the work of serving and carrying the tent of meeting. And the number of men was 8,580. At the Lord's command, they were numbered through Moses, and each one was assigned his work and burden, as the Lord had commanded Moses. Okay, so there's another chapter. I'm gonna export the JSON just in case. Seems pretty reliable now. For some reason when you open, I haven't tested this thoroughly yet, but when you open WAV files, it seems to crash the browser basically. So I'll just not do that. Let me ask Z.
'76ers versus Grizzlies.
Okay, I'm gonna test this. This will probably be annoying, so it'll probably crash the browser still, but I want to make sure it doesn't like introduce other stupid errors so that my whole app is not working. So let me just do a quick test. Okay, well, this one is good. That's not the one that crashed it before. Let me try the numbers 3. Yeah. Fixed it. Nice. Okay. Yeah. Sweet. Need to get this fixed too. I don't really know why that doesn't work. Wonder if Gemini could fix that. Oh, I'm out of free tokens. That's fine. I didn't really want to do vibe coding anyway. Just figured I'd fix the things I notice if I can, but I can get around this just by deleting local storage. Oh no. Oh, phew. Oh good. It was just some like, I think it hadn't loaded yet or something. It was like, it's not scrolling, no. Okay. 580. At the Lord's command, they were numbered through Moses, and each one was assigned his work and burden. John chapter 11. At this time, a man named Lazarus was sick. Oh, this is a good chapter. He lived in Bethany, the village of Mary and her sister Martha. Mary, whose brother Lazarus was sick, was to anoint the Lord with perfume and wipe his feet with her hair. So the sisters sent word to Jesus, "Lord, the one you love is sick." When Jesus heard this, he said, "His sickness will not end in death. No, it is for the glory of God, so that the Son of Man may be glorified through it. Now Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. So on hearing that Lazarus was sick, he stayed where he was for 2 days. And then he said to the disciples, "Let us go back to Judea." "Rabbi," they replied, "the Jews just tried to stone you, and you are going back there?" Jesus answered, "Are there not 12 hours of daylight? If anyone walks in the daytime, he will not stumble, because he sees by the light of this world. But if anyone walks at night, he will stumble, because he has no light." After he had said this, he told them, "Our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep, but I am going there to wake him up." His disciples replied, "Lord, if he is sleeping, he will get better." They thought that Jesus was talking about actual sleep, but he was speaking about the death of Lazarus. So Jesus told them plainly, Lazarus is dead, and for your sake I am glad I was not there, so that you may believe. But let us go to him. Then Thomas, called Didymus, said to his fellow disciples, "Let us also go, so that we may die with him." When Jesus arrived, he found that Lazarus had already spent 4 days in the tomb. Now Bethany was near Jerusalem, a little less than 2 miles away. And many of the Jews had come to Martha and Mary to console them in the loss of their brother. So when Martha heard that Jesus was coming, she went out to meet him. But Mary stayed at home. Martha said to Jesus, "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died." But even now, I know that God will give you whatever you ask of him. Your brother will rise again, Jesus told her. Martha replied, I know that he will rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Jesus said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me will live, even though he dies. And everyone who lives and believes in me will never die. Do you believe this? Yes, Lord, she answered. I believe that you are the Christ, the Son of God, who was to come into the world. After Martha had said this, she went back and called her sister Mary aside to tell her, "The teacher is here and is asking for you." And when Mary heard this, she got up quickly and went to him. Now Jesus had not yet entered the village, but was still at the place where Martha had met him. When the Jews who were in the house consoling Mary saw how quickly she got up and went out, they followed her, supposing she was going to the tomb to mourn there. When Mary came to Jesus and saw him, she fell at his feet and said, "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died." When Jesus saw her weeping, and the Jews who had come with her also weeping, he was deeply moved in spirit and troubled. "Where have you put him?" he asked. "Come and see, Lord." Jesus wept. Then the Jews said, "See how he loved him." But some of them asked, "Could not this man who opened the eyes of the blind also have kept Lazarus from dying?" Jesus, once again deeply moved, came to the tomb. It was a cave with a stone laid across the entrance. "Take away the stone," Jesus said. "Lord." "By now he stinks," said Martha. The sister of the dead man. "It has already been 4 days. Jesus replied, "Did I not tell you that?" Jesus replied, "Did I not tell you that if you believed, you would see the glory of God?" So they took away the stone. Then Jesus lifted his eyes upward and said, "Father, I thank you that you have heard me. I knew that you always hear me, but I say this for the benefit of the people standing here, so they may believe. That you sent me." After Jesus had said this, he called out in a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out." who had been dead came out with his feet. The man who had been dead came out with his hands and feet bound in strips of linen, and his face wrapped in a cloth. Unwrap him and let him go, Jesus told them. Therefore, many of the Jews who had come to Mary and had seen Therefore many of the Jews who had come to Mary and had seen what Jesus did believed in him. But some of them went to the Pharisees and told them what Jesus had done. Then the chief priests and Pharisees convened the Sanhedrin and said, "What are we to do? This man is performing many signs. If we let him go on like this, everyone will believe in him, and then the Romans will come and take away both our place and our nation." Everyone should believe in him. But one of them, named Caiaphas, who was high priest that year, said to them, just thinking about this earlier, like, I don't think the Pharisees as an order continued until this day necessarily, but it's definitely clear that the spirit of the Pharisees has. Anyone who denies who Christ is and tries to convince others of the same essentially has inherited the spirit of the Pharisees in a sense. There's that verse that says something about not only do they not enter, speaking of heaven or the kingdom, that they also try to keep others from entering. Here said to them, "You know nothing at all. You do not realize that it is better. You do not realize. You do not realize that it is better for you that one man die for the people than the whole nation perish." Caiaphas did not say this on his own. Instead, as high priest that year, he was prophesying that Jesus would die for the nation. I feel like this is getting a little bit slower as I go along. Like, the more markers I add, it like just a tiny tick of performance and speed takes a hit just a little bit. It's still almost absolutely instantaneous, but it's not like as like 0 microsecond delay. So I suppose if I had a really big file with tons of markers, it could get a little bit chunky or whatever, just a little bit slow. I don't think it would ever get to the point where it's like unusable or annoying. It's still really snappy, but I think I've noticed just a tiny drop as I add more and more and more cuts. When you look at this timeline down here, you can see that there's quite a few cuts. But it's still pretty fast. and not only for the nation, but also for the scattered children of God, to gather them together into one. Yeah, as I do those splits, there's like a, I don't know, 200 millisecond delay or 100 millisecond delay. It's not that bad, but it's noticeable. Everything else is snappy though, like the scrolling's still snappy, dragging these is still instant. It's just the split that seems to slow down once you have a bunch of them. Should save this, just I don't think anything's gonna happen, but may as well. So from that day on, they plotted to kill him. As a result, Jesus no longer went about publicly among the Jews. As a result, Jesus no longer went about publicly among the Jews, but he withdrew to a town called Ephraim in an area near the wilderness. And he stayed there with the disciples. Now the Jewish Passover was near, and many people came. Now the Jewish Passover was near, and many people went up from the country to Jerusalem to purify themselves before the Passover. They kept looking for Jesus and asking one another as they stood in the temple courts, "What do you think? Will he come to the feast at all?" But the chief priests and Pharisees had given orders that anyone who knew where he was must report it, so that they could arrest him. Okay, sweet. Yeah, I like this workflow quite a bit. If all I'm doing is basic cuts like this, it's faster than AuJSity and any other program that I've been using, and it just feels nicer to use. Plus I can use it for more than just this. I can mark things up and export the markers and do like Python code with edits and different things, so it has quite a few uses, especially if I can get to the point where I can automate some of the transcription with AI, then it would be a huge time saver. But for now, it's still, even if it doesn't save massive amounts of time, which it probably doesn't really, it feels nice to use. It's very responsive. It's visually glorious, way more attractive than AuJSity for what I'm using it for. Yeah, it's just a pleasure to use. It's mainly the navigation features are far superior. I can click along here to jump to a spot really quick. I can do mouse scroll wheels, get through it really fast. Yeah, it's just little things like that add up. It's nothing revolutionary. It's not gonna rewrite the book on audio editing or anything, but it's pretty nice. I like it. I'm glad I made it. It was time well spent, I think. It will make the editing process a little bit more pleasant. And then I can also like live stream it. I know it's not that interesting of content, but It's okay. I'm not really trying to be interesting. I'm just, as always, I've said this a million times, I'm just working on stuff, hanging out while I'm live streaming, just kind of vibing or whatever. And if somebody comes by and enjoys the vibe, then so be it. If not, then so be it. No big deal. I can probably fix that export as well, so that like the import doesn't even have to worry about that header corruption or whatever it is. I probably should do that right now while I'm thinking about it, but I don't know. I don't really want to. Kind of done vibe coding. I might go for a little while, but I need to take a bathroom break, so I will do that and be back in a minute. back. So, let's see, what am I doing? I got all 3 chapters. I'm assuming that they're correct. I don't really know. But assuming that the script actually works, they should be. It looks good. Oh, one thing I could do. Make sure they're normalized. Which they are, okay. Should also make flags out of these because, oops. I have no idea where that went. Technically, I probably could add some of these features, at least the ones that I like to use, like, I don't know, but I'm guessing it's possible to do loudness normalization via some kind of JavaScript thing. So I would do that. I actually wrote a script in Python that does that. It'd be cool if it was JavaScript, so it would be like all client side. I might, at some point, I might look into that. Right now, it's not that big of a deal just to open it in AuJSity and do it. Or run my Python script on them, because my Python script can batch like a huge number of them almost instantly, but yeah, for this kind of purpose, it's not a big deal. Just have 3. And they're pretty much normalized already, because when I do these recordings for other stuff, I normalize them already, but just good to check anyway. Okay, so I can delete these WAV files. I won't have any of that header corruption issue, probably. What would be really nice is if I could get this export FLAC routine to work. Last I checked, I don't think it works. I think it even maybe crashes the browser. So I don't really want to experiment with that right now. Anyway, so here's where the 2-step process comes in, and it's arguably a little bit tedious, or not. It's definitely not efficient, that's for sure. So now I re-import the audio into my other app. This is the part that I wish I could automate. So now I have to label all this stuff, but I have like some pretty interesting ways to save time. Let's see. So actually I have a script that produces an SRT file, which is a subtitle file of each chapter with somewhat reasonable timings. They're based on just a synonym heuristic type equation algorithm, whatever. It's not great, but it gets it in the ballpark. So then what I do, let's see. This is my other app. It's the subtitle editor. make a marker here and then give it the same name as the file name that I'm going to import. Oh yeah, I should have remembered that. It's basically the whole file because the whole file is just one chapter. So. Then I make a second marker, give that one the file name, and then when I import markers, whoops, no, I import phrases, I import SRT, yeah. See how it automatically like ends exactly at that marker that I made? Basically it stretches all of the contents of the SRT file to fit exactly between these two markers that have the same name as the file name, so it just saves some time. I don't have to like move everything around manually. And then if I have anchor ends and ripple right, hopefully I haven't like broken any of this functionality since I had it working. As I move the edge of this phrase, see how it moves the next one? Saves massive time. I can't even tell you how much time this saves. It's immense. I've never seen another editor that has this, and this is probably my biggest accomplishment in this particular script, or this app. Then I just move these as I go. I usually listen to it again just to make sure that I don't misalign the phrases, because the heuristic thing where it estimates the length of the time. Oh crap, I'm having it on my BRB screen this whole time. That's lovely. I'm going to start over. I didn't even notice that. That's hilarious. Okay, let's start over, since I didn't get to show what I was actually talking about. Glad I noticed that. I could have gone for ages. Let's clear all this stuff too. Okay, so let's import the audio. This is my second app, or actually the first app that I made that's meant to be a subtitle editor. But it's essentially very similar to the other one that I've been using. There's a lot of crossover, and my goal essentially is to merge the two, although each one has some unique attributes that I like. So I'm almost tempted to just keep developing both of them side by side and just having two different similar apps, but I don't know what I'll do. Anyway, so we import one of the FLAC files that we just edited. And so I have these SRT files, which are subtitle files, pre-generated with a script that I use. And they use, like I mentioned, basic syllable heuristic. So I make a marker, push M for marker, and then I come over here and give it, paste in the file name of the file that I'm going to import. And then I go to the end of where I stopped talking and push M for another marker, paste in the file name. And then I come over here to import SRT, and I import that. And as you can see, it has all the phrases down here, and it automatically stretches the whole thing to the the markers that I made, so that it gets kind of in the ballpark of being about the same, or it's the same length overall, but the phrases won't match up exactly. I have to manually adjust them, but they're kind of, relatively close, so it's a little bit faster to do. Like if I zoom out, you can see that they don't like totally line up with the audio or anything, because it's using a very, very basic algorithm to try to predict how long each phrase would take by speaking it. It's not very accurate, but it's, gets it in the rough ballpark. And then so now if I turn ripple editing on, which is, as I was mentioning, this is one of the very unique features that my app has that I don't, as far as I know, nobody else has. I haven't seen it, but maybe somebody else has it. But the unique thing that I have, not just regular ripple editing, but I have this anchor ends checkbox. So instead of pushing everything right as I'm resizing things, it'll stretch everything until it reaches this last marker. So this last marker will never go beyond this boundary here. That's what the anchor ends feature does, which is pretty cool. And then so I have ripple on, so as I stretch this first phrase out to match, you'll see that the next phrase moves along with it, and technically every single phrase is moving. Like if I let's see, I wonder if undo, I can't remember where anything is. Oh, it's up here. Yeah, that's still working. That's good. So let's just to show you what, can get a better visual on what this is doing. If I stretch this one, see how all of them are like moving, but they're not just moving, they're actually stretching proportionally. So that's kind of the unique feature that I added to make this whole process go a lot faster. This is the account of Aaron and Moses at the time the Lord spoke with Moses. And you can see it's highlighting the active subtitle down here, so I can kind of compare the text that I'm hearing to what it's written there. Moses on Mount Sinai. So I know that I have to stretch this one out to that point, for example. These are the names of the sons of Aaron. Nadab the firstborn, then Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These were Aaron's sons, the anointed priests, who were ordained to serve as priests. Nadab and Abihu, however, died in the presence of the Lord when they offered unauthorized fire before the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai. So I can't really see that, so that's why I made this individual view. It's just like, this is list view and this is like individual view, so I can kind of see the whole text. In the wilderness of Sinai. And since they had no sons, only Eleazar and Ithamar served as priests during the time of their father Aaron. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Bring the tribe of Levi and present them to Aaron the priest to assist him." I still can't believe that it's possible to like vibe code this. This is like literally a production quality app that's better than most apps that I've seen. Possibly the best subtitle editor in existence. It's definitely, it's better than probably the majority. And I just did it by vibe coding. It's like, hey Gemini, do this, do that. And I don't know, I just find it satisfying and fun. That's the only part I enjoy about vibe coding. It's not necessarily the process, it's kind of painful sometimes, but you can make something like this in a week or two probably in a few days if you're just like staying up all night and really working at it. And there's no way on earth I would be able to code something like this in that amount of time. Like, no chance. But there's probably some people that could, I guess, but not me. So this is the only way I can do stuff like this. I highly doubt someone could make an app of this complexity and quality in that amount of time just by hand coding it. Seriously doubt it. They are to perform duties for him and for the whole congregation before the tent of meeting, attending to the service of the tabernacle. They shall take care of all the furnishings of the tent of meeting, and fulfill obligations for the Israelites by attending to the service of the tabernacle. Assign the Levites to Aaron and his sons. They have been given exclusively to him from among the Israelites. So you shall appoint Aaron and his sons to carry out the duties of the priesthood, but any outsider who approaches the tabernacle must be put to death. I'm surprised that one was so long. So yeah, I would like to improve that initial export, the script that I have that makes each phrase a certain length based on the number of syllables that it detects by doing some algorithm. It's not that great, as you can see. Like, it made that one way too long. It's kind of like, almost like, you could almost do better just by counting the characters, probably. I think I actually experimented with that, though, and it turned out to be kind of crap. So yeah, I think you could get... I don't know. I didn't really look that deeply into it, but there's probably some JavaScript library or Python or whatever that instead of just counting the syllables and characters, it has some kind of maybe AI component to it that does better at predicting the relative length of sentences and phrases and stuff like that. And something like that would make this even a little bit better, but anyway, it's not that bad. It's just, the more automated I can make it, the better, because then I'm just not spending all my time doing this. But at the same time, I've mentioned this before on stream, I actually don't mind this that much, because I'm listening to the Bible a bunch of times, and that actually improves my life in a extremely noticeable way. So I don't regret it. It's the least waste of time thing I can do at all in any category. If you're not a follower of Christ, you'll think this guy's crazy. Reading the Bible over and over again is the least waste of time thing there is. Yes, it is. You just don't know it yet. And once you know Jesus and God the Father and the purpose of life, which some people, the big question, what's the meaning of life? You know, all that stuff. I know the answer to that with 100% certainty. There is zero doubt whatsoever on what that is. I know the meaning of life 100%. There's nothing beyond the knowledge that I have. There's nothing greater. There's nothing that they can add to it. There's nothing that I've missed. The entire purpose and meaning of life is to know Jesus Christ and his Father and to do his will, whatever he reveals to you that you should do. So you spend as much time as you possibly can pursuing him and his ways, and you will receive 100%, not 90, not 50. You will receive 100% of the meaning of life if you follow those three basic things. Know Jesus, know God, learn as much as you possibly can about him, and follow in his ways the best that you're able to do. That's it. And that's very simple, but it's also very complex because that involves many different things. And if you do it, you will also discover the meaning of life. If you don't do it, you'll keep asking and wondering what the meaning of life is. It's from a Behold, I have taken... Okay, I somehow missed something here. What did I do? Approaches the tabernacle must be put to death. Ah, okay, I missed. This needs to go that way. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses. Again, the Lord spoke to Moses, saying... So yeah, because the meaning of life is to know God and to do what He wants you to do, the best way you can really do that, both of those things, is to read the Bible over and over and over and over and over and over again, like endlessly, and pray and be part of His body, the church, and all those things that okay, so you read the Bible. That's the first thing, because in the Bible it tells all the things that are important to Him, and it talks about who He is and what He's like and all that stuff. So you get to know who He is, but then you also hear all the things that are important to Him, which translates into the things that you ought to be spending your life doing. Therefore, it's the recipe including everything that you need. It says His divine power has given us everything we need for life and godliness. And that's in His Word. So it gives you everything you need. That's all you need. You don't even technically need food and water and shelter. You need God. Because you can die of starvation and still not be missing anything if you know God. Because this life is just the beginning. Just a little flash in the pan. Good 70, 100 years at the best. Some people don't even live to 20. And then it's on to the next thing. So the most important thing we can do in this short amount of time that we have is to know God and to follow His path. And His way is Jesus Christ. The only way to reach God is to believe in Jesus Christ, confess your sins, trust in Him, trust in His work on the cross, and that's it. And then the rest of your life, you just figure out, okay, God, I believe. What do you want me to do now? And the answer is different for each person. I don't have an answer, but you follow Him, serve Him. He'll help you figure it out. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge Him, and He will direct your paths. So I don't know what I should do or you should do, but trust in Him. He'll help you figure it out. Behold, I have taken the Levites from among the children of Israel in place of every firstborn Israelite from the womb. The Levites belong to me. What's a little bit confusing here is the fact that some of the gaps between sentences are longer than others. There may be a slight, I don't know if I'd call it a bug, but something. Let me check. If I drag this, okay, good. That's still working. The one thing that I haven't gotten figured out, I don't know why this was so hard for AI to figure out. Originally, this was by design. I did not have the ripple effect happening when you're on the opposite end of the ripple. So ripple is right, so everything is pushed to the right. But since I'm affecting the left end of this thing, it doesn't ripple, and that was actually by design. But I kind of want either another checkbox or the default behavior to be that even the left side on a right ripple stretches everything. and the right side of the left ripple stretches everything. And I tried to get AI to do that. Oh, and by the way, good luck trying to even do this. Like, even if you like this feature and think, oh, he vibe coded it, I can vibe code it too. Yeah, good luck with that, because it was incredibly difficult. I can't even tell you how many prompts and how much description of what I was looking for I had to go through before it got this right. It completely butchered the code and functionality for days, I think. It took forever to get this working. Not joking, it was hard. Maybe you could just figure it out by coding it yourself. That's legit. But trying to vibe code it, no, it's really difficult. Maybe with Gemini 4 or 5, these kinds of complex requests will become more commonplace, easy to solve, but as of this moment, it's still pretty difficult to get some of these things to work. Let's see, I was going to do something. Oh, let me just save this. So I can save a SRT file and it uses the proper format and stuff. Another thing I haven't done yet, but I was thinking I want to do is have a tool. This is my kind of tools section. This is where all my plugins are that I've added to the base app. I don't have to put them here, but I kind of just decided to make a tools area where there's just buttons I press to do kind of complex functions. Another tool I want to add to this area is like a convert button, so I can convert phrases into markers and markers into phrases. Just go back and forth, just for some flexibility. So I'll probably add that at some point. Because currently there's no way to convert a marker into a SRT phrase and back and forth, but they're basically the same. They both have start and stop time and a description and stuff, so it makes sense to be able to kind of flip back and forth. Oh, I was gonna save. Did I save it? I don't think I did. I was about to. I just realized something. Do I normally do it this way? It's been a long time since I've done this process of overdubbing. Basically, what I call overdub is when I re-record the audio that wasn't, that was a bad recording for whatever reason, which is what I was talking about earlier with the wireless mic breaking up, and so I have to re-record it. So I call it overdubbing. It's just my term. I don't know if that's what a audio engineer would call it or whatever, but I don't know what I was going to say, but anyway, I call it overdubbing. I was going to say something, but I don't remember what it was. Anyway, I wrote this script I have a Python script that basically, once I get all of these timings with SRT files timed properly, then I run the script and it automatically retimes the second recording to match the first recording based on stretching, and it stretches each segment to match the same tempo and time. And that way, when I mux back in the audio to the video, it matches timing wise, and you basically can't tell that I re-recorded it. If you look really close, some of the words might be like a small fraction of a second off, so my mouth might be moving just a little bit ahead or behind, but it's pretty close, and so unless you're able to see my mouth moving, you can't really tell. Let's see. Oh, I exported that so that I could test this because I haven't done this in a while. I'm not sure it works. It should, but So if I take anchor end off, and I ripple, it's standard rippling. So if I go like this, see how everything's moving to the right? If I go to the end, you'll notice that the last phrase was just pushed out to the right. So, so that shifts everything, which is standard ripple behavior in any video editor. So there's times, like, I don't know when I would ever use that, to be honest. Yeah, I just added it because that's what people expect when they see rippling. But in reality, for my purposes, it's kind of useless. I'll probably never use that. Let's see if undo works. Yep, sweet. So if I anchor ends, then when I do the same ripple, then you come over here, and the last phrase is still exactly where it was. It just stretches everything. And you can go either direction. It's stretching everything back this way now, so anyway, that's what that's all about. For all the firstborn are mine. On the day I struck down every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I consecrated to myself all the firstborn in Israel, both man and beast. They are mine. I am the Lord. Then the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, Number the Levites by their families and clans. You are to count every male a month old or more. See, what I don't understand is why this particular phrase has that big of a gap in it, because I wrote the script very specifically, and it has all these gaps that it uses. If it's a comma in between phrases, it's like 0.25 seconds or something. If it's like a semicolon or dash or a certain other punctuation, it's like 0.5 seconds or something. I don't remember the exact numbers at the moment, but and then if it's a period, question mark, exclamation, etc., it's like 0.9 seconds. And that's clearly, that gap there was way more than any of those. So I don't know. I don't really understand why those gaps are big like that. I can't think of a reason, but so there could be some little weird bug within my logic somewhere. I don't know. So Moses numbered them according to the word of the Lord, as he had been commanded. These were the sons of Levi by name: Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. These were the names of the sons of Gershon by their clans: Libni and Shimei. There's another large gap there that's obviously more than a second. Looks like it's almost 2 seconds. Yeah, I don't know why that happens. The sons of Kohath by their clans were Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uzziel. Oh, I'm definitely getting tired. Oh, I don't know if I'll finish this or not. It's a huge, crazy long process. And it would be like 100 times longer too if I didn't have all these tools that I made. I can't even imagine how long it would take. The sons of Merari by their clans were Malai and Mushai. These were the clans of the Levites according to their families. From Gershon came the Libnite clan and the Shimeite clan. These were the Gershonite clans. The number of all the males a month old or more was 7,500. The Gershonite clans were to camp on the west, behind the tabernacle. leader of the families of the Gershonites was Eliasaph, son of Lael. The duties of the Gershonites at the tent of meeting were the tabernacle and tent, its covering, the curtain for the entrance to the tent, of meeting, the curtains of the courtyard, the curtain for the entrance to the courtyard that surrounds the tabernacle and altar, and the cords, all the service for these items. Oh, I forgot about that error that I made. I don't remember if that was in chapter 3 or chapter 4, but I probably need to fix that. I've left a couple errors because, I don't know. I mean, I don't feel like I'm like an ancient scribe who was copying down scripture with the purpose of preserving accurate text. You know, like they had a very important duty that they were doing in the historical context, preserving scripture for us of later times. I don't feel like I'm necessarily doing that with this project. I'm just making a video audio Bible. It is pretty important, but the mistakes that I've left have been extremely minor. Like, I don't remember an example, but maybe I said a instead of the or something like that. It doesn't really change the meaning. And in fact, some like translations might use one or the other word in certain circumstances. Been very, very minor. I've made a few mistakes that I've left because it's kind of a hassle to try to dub it again. But generally speaking, I try really hard to make it perfect. But I think I'll probably fix this one because it's kind of a significant change. Like instead of tabernacle, it's table. That's a pretty big difference. Let me see. If I'm going to do that, I should probably do it while I'm thinking about it. Okay, so yeah, it was in the next chapter. This is the JSON that my app makes, by the way. It just allows me to write scripts that use this information with the start time and end time for each phrase, and also I can export from one app to the other, stuff like that. I should probably do that now. Let me think. Yeah, I'll do it now because I'm going to forget later. Let's see. I don't know what verse that was. Probably, oh man, that's a weird number system. 3, 5, 7, 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's probably verse 6. This is another app that I made, by the way. This one it's been a while now. Been over a year ago that I made this one, but I can't remember, but I don't think I vibe coded much because I wasn't really into vibe coding back then. It's more of a recent hobby. I kind of want to go back to this project though and vibe code some of the bugs out of it, because it has, this is like hand coded from scratch, and it's honestly the code, like the functionality I really like, but the code is pretty crap because I just kind of sloppily wrote it, I guess. So it needs some work, but it works pretty good, but yeah, it's a little bit messed up. Especially on the first load, you have to like refresh the page and then it'll start working. Anyway, let's see, so what, verse 6? I don't remember. Verse 5. Oh, verse 7, okay. All right, let me see. Yeah, I kind of have to do it now. If I'm going to do the subtitle edit on this one, I have to do this now. Otherwise, I'll never do it. I think it's this verse 7. Over the table of the presence, they are to spread a blue cloth and place the plates and cups on it, along with the bowls and pitchers for the drink offering. That's weird. Oh, it just took 1,000 years. Okay. I bet it's I wouldn't be surprised if it's not really the app with the wave file, and it's more like if you're working with wave files while OBS is open or something, it like is something about that. That's my guess. Wonder if I'm dropping audio, like clipping, you know, nasty sounding audio while this is happening on my stream. Wouldn't surprise me. That's so weird. I'm interested to see what my stream looks like. I don't know if I can I figure that out? I don't know. quite confused. Like, I don't know if there's nobody here to tell me, but like what I'm seeing in OBS is very choppy. Like my mouse is like 1 frame per second. But the thing that's weird is that in OBS it says 0 dropped frames, which doesn't make any sense. So maybe it's just not displaying properly? I don't know. Looks terrible though. No, I think it's actually like that on the stream too. I don't know what the deal is with that. It's terrible. Yeah, I think it's like that. I think that's makes no sense is that it says no dropped frames. It's obviously dropping frames. I don't know what like process is like slowing it down though. Can't tell. Probably just if I wanted it to be smooth again, I'd probably have to reset my stream, just start and stop it again. I might do that real quick. I might just end the stream and come back. I was curious if that will make a difference. May or may not. If it doesn't, I might just end the stream anyway. Just it's getting pretty late. I was gonna keep going, but maybe that's a good sign that I should stop. There's not really anything open on my computer that should be causing that, but I think I'll just end the stream. I'll try coming back immediately. If that doesn't work, then I'll just be done for the day. So I'll be back in a second.